I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, indivisible. That's the wrong one. That's close enough, yeah. Item number 2 on the agenda is invocation, and I've asked Mr. Farr to lead us in prayer, please.
Gladly. Will you pray with me? Most gracious Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this opportunity to come together as citizens and leaders of the community to make decisions in your will, Father. We ask that your will be done in everything that we do. Father, please give us the patience, the understanding, and Father, comfort all of those who are hurting and who are lacking and who are seeking your wisdom. Father, be with us tonight. It's in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Number 3 is audience participation. It's on our video screen. Please silence your cell phones and electronics. We want to welcome the people online, and if you have any comments, please let the city know about it. Let the record reflect we have a quorum present. Number 4 is the consent agenda. We're going to pull number A because we have some updates from Keith. So we'll go, and Patrick wanted to make some remarks. So B is action regarding building improvement grant agreement with Kirk Bonds. C is action regarding resolution number 2019-18, appointing a new member to the Citizens Bond Committee. So we have any questions? Keith, do you want to update us?
You want to make a motion to?
Oh, we need to make a motion first. Okay. I'll entertain a motion for B and C on the consent agenda.
Ms. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve consent agenda items 4B and 4C as presented.
Okay. He seconded. Everybody for it, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. Now, Keith, would you like to?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have some good news. I'm new to the Fort Worth Transportation Authority in this contract and working with it. And in reading it, it's somewhat confusing. But last year, we were able to get that additional day for the seniors. It was just a Monday, and last year we were able to get that additional day. And how we got that was a grant, or the Trinity Metro, which is Fort Worth Transportation Authority, they received a grant to help to pay for that extra day. They actually have that in this contract. It's worded differently, but it's actually in here for that additional day. We're budgeted for $2,250, which is what we paid for however long, and what we paid last year and what we're prepared for this year, and that's what the price would be, having that additional day for our seniors for transportation.
So I just wanted to clarify, what days are those a week?
Monday and Wednesday.
Monday and Wednesday.
It was just one day, Monday that we thought, but it's adding the Wednesday, which is the same as what we had last year.
Okay. And Keith, just off the top of your head, have you heard any feedback from senior citizens, from users of the service? Is it being used?
It's being used not as often as I think we would all like. Because it is limited to 2 days, and many of the seniors who do not have transportation or public transportation, this is the only thing they have, so they'll try to schedule, whether it's doctor's appointments or whatever it may be on those 2 days, and sometimes they can't get it on those days. Since we don't have public transportation, or like some municipalities do have like a van or a bus or whatever where they're able to take people around, we don't have that, but we do have this service for them. They, of course, would like additional services, but this is what we have.
Thank you. Gabe, just in future budget planning, I know we've talked about this in the past, our neighbors at Blue Mound are ahead of us in this. They have full bus service through the T. I know it's not far to get over to Blue Mound from here, but it would certainly be great to offer to our citizens a public transportation option that gets them from Saginaw maybe into the downtown Fort Worth area, and possibly to link them up with rail service as well. So I think we should really be considering that in the future to offer that to citizens.
Mary?
That's a good point. I would love that. But one good thing about what we have right now, and I don't know for sure what your suggestion would involve, but they are able to be driven anywhere in Tarrant County, anywhere, from their front door to this front door for $2.50 per way. So I think we could compare it to see what would be the best deal.
Yeah, I think this is more of a yes and approach. I think that instead of a yes
Have
but,
both.
I think it should be a public
Have both.
transportation with fixed bus stops at locations in the city, and also a service that caters to senior citizens that may not be able to get to a bus stop.
Right, that'd be great.
So that's kind of what I have in mind, and appreciate you pointing that out. That's great.
Okay.
Thanks, Mary.
So now we need to make a motion. Right, Brent?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve consent agenda item 4A as presented.
Charlie, second. Everybody for it, raise your hand. Unanimous. Okay, so now we're in a public hearing. Presentation of the proposed budget for fiscal year 2019-2020, and for that, we're going to let Gabe take it over.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I don't have a presentation this evening other than to say we're happy to be at the finish line here in our budget discussions for fiscal year 20. We started back in March, if you'll recall. All of our presentation materials have been online, including our proposed budget. Happy to answer any questions with that. Recommend opening the public hearing to receive comments.
Okay, so we can open it to public hearing if anybody wants to speak. No questions?
I just have one clarification. Gabe, could you clarify? I know that when you and I visited about this yesterday, I don't know if I'd heard back from you, but we've got 155 full-time employees in Lewis's projections for this budget year. Did that include the additional 1.5 individuals, or is it 156.5 that's fully funded in this budget? I'm sorry. Okay, so, but it's 155 or potentially 156.5.
Because we're staggering the start
Right.
dates of some
We're not
additional
fully
positions.
funding the 3 positions we've talked about. We're funding half of that, so it'll be 1.5 positions. Okay. That's the only clarification question that I had.
Okay, anybody else? So at 6:08, we're out of public hearing. Item number 6 is consideration and action regarding resolution number 2019-19, adoption of the budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020. So I guess I'll entertain a motion. Okay.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve the budget presented by staff for fiscal year 2019-2020 as it is presented.
Cindy seconds it. If you're for it, raise your hand. It passed unanimously. Okay, item number 7. Consideration and action to ratify the adopted 2019-2020 fiscal year budget. And for that, we have Bryn.
This is where you vote again on the exact same thing, and you explain that you really meant it the first time.
Okay.
So, because this raises more money than it did last year, you have to ratify that increase in the tax rate reflected in the budget.
Okay. So now we just need to take a motion.
Correct, to ratify.
I'll entertain a motion to ratify.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll say we need to approve Item 7, to ratify and adopt the fiscal year budget 2019-2020.
I second ratification.
Patrick, second. Everybody
favor?
for it? It's unanimous. Item number 8, consideration and action regarding ordinance number 2019-17, adopting and setting the property tax rate for the 2019 tax year. And first, we'll talk to Gabe.
Mayor Pro Tem and council don't have much to add other than the city attorney told me there's kind of a logical sequence of these items, and we couldn't ask the city council to approve a tax rate without having taken action on the budget, which has just occurred. So the tax rate proposed is 45.9 cents, which is slightly under our current tax rate. Something we've talked about a number of times, and happy to answer any questions council might have.
Do we have any questions? Mary would like to make a remark, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of .469, which is effectively an 8.85% increase in the tax rate.
So do I need to make a motion?
That's the motion.
That was my
So-
motion.
That was your motion.
It requires a second, or it fails for lack of a second.
Do what?
Requires a second.
Okay. Anybody second it? Okay, so now the motion fails for lack of second, right?
It dies for a lack of a second.
So now I
You
need
could-
to take a motion, I'll entertain a motion.
An alternate motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I offer an alternate motion to accept the tax rate as presented at 45.9 cents.
Do I have a second?
And then, my apologies, the sentence that's reflected in the staff report is actually mandated by
The
state law.
sentence?
And this particular item requires that you
Okay.
provide the exact wording. Now, there is
have it.
an additional word that can be omitted, the word percent listed after the first number. That relates to the percentage rate for the second number, so you can leave the word percent off of after the first number.
Okay, so Bren, I'm going to amend my motion, and I'm going to read verbatim, okay? So, Mayor Pro Tem, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a rate of 0.459%.
And it
which is-
doesn't require the percent at that point.
Okay.
So that's the
Which is effectively a 6.53% increase in the tax rate.
Okay, do I have a second? Cindy has a second. All for it? Raise your hand. Against? We have 5 for and 1 against. Janice?
Thanks for that clarification, Brent.
certainly, yes.
All
and
the way down to the percent, man.
There you go. I'm on it.
Okay, so now, item number 9, consideration and action regarding ordinance 2019-18, water rates, and for that, we're going to talk to Gabe.
Mayor Pro Tem, as we've discussed in our past workshops, we're happy to be able to present water rates that are lower, 5% lower on the water portion of the bill this year. As you're aware, we're wholesale water customers from the city of Fort Worth, and we sell that to our own residents. There will be no changes to the wastewater portion of the bill, so depending on usage, the savings that an individual household would realize will change. We want to encourage people to use water because we sell water and our utility fund benefits from that, but happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Concerns? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion.
Anything specific here, Brent?
No, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we accept the water rate as presented by staff.
A second.
Charles, second. All for it? It's unanimous. Okay, so number 10, at 6:15, we're back in a public hearing. Presentation of revised budget for fiscal year 2018-2019. Gabe, that's you.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, in the packet, there's kind of a summary of some of the changes. So we amend our budget at mid-year and then year-end to match where we're going to end. If there's any specific questions, happy to answer them. If not, recommend holding a public hearing and hearing comment.
Okay, so the public hearing is open if you have any questions or comments. Anybody? Council? Okay, you want to step up here and state your name and address, please? Can you come up here to this so we can hear you? If you'll talk in that microphone, we can hear you better.
My name's Alvin Burke. I live over in the Highland Station area, and we're more or less boxed in from the rest of Saginaw quite a bit on account of the trains. And then Blue Mountain Road, the traffic this past year has tripled on it. And I don't think I should do anything about new development just yet until you improve the roadways. Right now, McElroy is still blocked by the same train for about 35 or 40 minutes. And I've seen a couple of times where ambulances are sitting there trying to get through. They can't get through.
Yes, sir.
And I've worked for the City of Fort Worth. We've had an agreement with the train companies about blocking intersections. And I don't see why y'all can't do it here.
Well, I know that the trains were here first before the city got here, and I know that we're building a bridge pretty quick over Bailey Boswell Road to help with the traffic.
Yeah, but that's probably 5 or 6 years off.
Well, Gabe, you want to help?
Yeah, happy to try to answer. So certainly understand. I live east of the tracks, and I'm with you. The city has planned for some time to have a bridge overpass at Bailey Boswell. It's in review stages with the railroads, and just as soon as it's approved, we can bring it for bid and get construction bids. I might add on Blue Mountain Road, FM 156, TxDOT is improving that now to 4-lane divided from McElroy down to 287. So.
Yeah, I was aware of all that because I was traffic engineer in the city.
Right.
We approved all the plans and everything.
Well, if you could call in a favor, just make it as quick as you can.
Yeah.
Nobody likes backing up traffic.
TxDOT's a whole separate entity. They do what they want to do.
You're right. Yeah.
And the more you talk to them, the slower they get. That's the truth.
Right.
Yes.
But I do think that we need to do something about the traffic because, like I said, when I came over here, I was going to come down McElroy. As soon as I turned out of my neighborhood, traffic. So I said, well, I'll go down to Blue Mountain Road. The Blue Mountain Road traffic was backed up from the highway to McElroy. So I had to turn around and go back to Bailey Boswell and come around.
Yeah. I know we do have a lot of traffic.
But I think y'all need to talk with TxDOT about the way they have the traffic lights, singles set. There's a lot of things that you could do to improve the traffic.
Well, I know
But,
Public Works works on the TxDOT all the time to get them to come do things for us. So
Yeah.
all we can do is try a little harder.
Yeah, you don't ask them to do something. You tell them to do something.
Tell them. Okay.
That's
Gabe,
the only way you
understand
can
that?
do it
You
to
need
those
to tell
people.
them.
But we do, before we look at any development, we need to look at in improving our roadway system.
Yes, sir, I do. I know
So-
we do.
That's all I had to say.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate that.
Okay.
We appreciate that. Anybody else have any comments or questions or concerns? Okay, so,
I do have just
Okay.
a comment, and this is related to the year-end adjustment. In our current budget, we're showing that we're using around $729,000 of fund balance starting Does that include what we're bringing to the bottom line here in this budget adjustment?
This is in addition to budget.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
So at 6:20, I'll take us out of public hearing. Item number 11 is consideration and action regarding resolution number 2019-20, adoption of the revised budget for the fiscal year 2018-2019. So I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Patrick, second. Everybody for it, raise your hand. Unanimous. Number 12, consideration and action regarding interlocal agreement for animal control services between the City of Saginaw and the City of Blue Mound. And for this is Keith.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Coming to you with a unique consideration for you. We were approached by the City of Blue Mound. Animal Services was approached by the City of Blue Mound almost a year ago, back in October 2018, to get into discussions about potentially helping them out and taking over or doing animal services for the City of Blue Mound. They don't have any animal services. They have police officers. And they have, I think they contract with a company or a guy out of Roanoke who will come by once a week or sometimes not that often just to pick up the animals. But they don't have animal services, and they recognize that we have an exceptional animal services department. They asked, in talking with them over the last year about providing this service for them, it would be more of in the agreement, we would be using our existing staff. We have 2 officers and 1 animal service officer, and how we would manage this, or in a nutshell, would be one of our officers will manage half of our city, the other officer will manage the other half of our city, and our animal services manager would manage Blue Mound. Now, having said that, that's not they're going to be stationed in Blue Mound all day. They will patrol once a day, potentially twice, but more of an as-needed type of service. The cost to the city is none, basically none, but the revenues are there. The City of Blue Mound is affording to be able to pay us $1,500 a year, which is not much, but that's what they're able to afford to pay. However, the additional revenues where we can receive are from adoption fees and holding fees, shot fees, microchip fees, and other fees that we have. Any citations written in their city, City of Blue Mound will provide us. Excuse me. Will provide us. They don't have ticket writers, but they do have the paper tickets, and they'll provide us with ticket books, and we will write the tickets. The tickets will go through the Blue Mound court system, and City of Blue Mound will receive the citations that were written in Blue Mound. The all other fees will be collected through us, with the exception of registration fees, which will also be handled through the City of Blue Mound. We will. The City of Blue Mound has gone through a kind of a major ordinance restructuring to make their ordinances basically mirror ours. So when we're enforcing an ordinance, it's the same ordinance in Blue Mound as it is in Saginaw now, which makes it significantly easier for us.
Council, any questions?
Sorry.
Sorry. Keith, I think you've done a tremendous job on this, but I do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Evidently, they're pretty strapped if they can only pay us $1,500. I would imagine the citations, they just get to keep a small percentage of that, and I would presume that those fees are going to go toward the $1,500 that they owe us annually. But I'm concerned about overcrowding in our facility with extra animals, but more so than that, I was looking at the list of responsibilities that our officers will have, and especially, we're talking about dangerous animals, bites, scratches, things like that. If one of our officers is injured recovering one of the animals over in their city, who's responsible for those medical costs? Does that go against Saginaw, or does that go against Blue Mound?
Well, if we get a call for a dangerous dog, a bite type issue, a Blue Mound officer will, first how they will contact us is Blue Mound dispatch will contact our dispatch, and they will dispatch us. They will not contact us directly, and we will not receive phone calls or go on a direct, not order, but a direct issue by a Blue Mound resident. Anytime we have a dangerous dog, any type of situation like that, a Blue Mound police officer will be present at all times.
But I'm concerned about who's going to be responsible for the medical costs. Does that go against, because our insurance rates right now for our employees are really high because of the medical costs that we've incurred. Will that go against Saginaw, or will Blue Mound cover those insurance charges?
Since they're my understanding is, since they are City of Saginaw employees, that it would be a City of Saginaw.
If there was a on-the-job injury, that'd be a workers' comp claim. So, since they're city employees, that would be our workers' comp claim.
Well, it just seems kind of unfair that we would have to bear that burden against our insurance and have our rates go up again because we're helping out another city.
Yeah, I think some of the rationale with the city approaching, Blue Mound approaching Saginaw, is that the reality is the demand on the system from strays in Blue Mound is probably already trickling to our animal shelter. People are probably, because there's a lot of interest and a lot of activity for adoptions, they're already coming there anyway. So some of the patrols, and Keith talked about this, they're not going to, it's kind of to be a good neighbor, right? And any of the impound type fees, or we take an animal in, the fees would go to the city. If there were citations that had to be written in Blue Mound, that would go to the city. But, if it was a strain on staff, then I don't think we'd bring something forward to you to, say this is going to cost us more than the $1,500 we're receiving from Blue Mound.
Well, I'm not worried about that. I just don't want to see another 22% increase in our medical insurance.
Yeah, that is not related, right? So you get injured on a job, that's a workers' comp claim. It's not related to employee health insurance. Maybe something I didn't clarify earlier.
Is that still viable even though it's in another city?
So if our employees were injured on the job, it would be our workers' comp claim. Does that make sense?
Even if he's in another city?
Absolutely. They're an employee of the city of Saginaw.
And I can look into this further and elaborate and provide you with more detailed response. I think Gabe is correct. If it's a simple worker's injury, then it would be filed with the city. However, if there's a greater degree of liability, I looked over this agreement. This was prepared by another attorney in my office, just for full disclosure, and although you all actually waived the conflict, we're also city attorney for Blue Mound. So this is an interlocal agreement under Chapter 791 of the Government Code. The Interlocal Cooperation Act provides that unless the parties agree to modify liability, the requesting party for services is liable for the injuries incurred by the responding party's employees in the same manner as if their own employees had responded in the first place. I do not see a modification of that default provision under the law, and so if there is a catastrophic injury or death, the requesting party is legally responsible by statute for those catastrophic losses. Now, in terms of simple injuries, and I don't mean to downplay that at all, that very may well be filed. The employee is going to file it with their employer, which would be the city of Saginaw. I can certainly look at that and investigate further how those might be handled in light of the Chapter 791 deference of liability. Sure.
Any other questions? Patrick?
Keith, you're about to say something.
I was
Sorry.
going to respond. You had a question about the overcrowding or current two things, and Gabe mentioned, kind of briefly mentioned one thing is that right now, because they don't have animal services at all, and right now we get a good portion of animals that cross the road. We don't have a wall. We don't have a gate that separates the two towns, so they just cross the road if they make it across. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, unfortunately, but we do get a lot of animals that do roam free and come across to our city anyway. They cross over into Fort Worth because we're completely surrounded by Fort Worth except for this little sliver of Blue Mound. They cross into Fort Worth, and then from Fort Worth they cross into Saginaw also. How we are looking at this is Saginaw's grown tremendously over the last few years. It's probably doubled in the last 15, 16 years since I've been here. We've added 200 plus homes in the last few years. We're going to add at least that many in the next few years. With 100% respect to the city of Blue Mound is not much more than a new neighborhood that's being put in, new subdivision that's being put in like one of the more recent ones in northeast Saginaw off of Basswood. Blue Mound's very small. Thank you.
Now, Patrick.
And so the interlocal agreement that has been put together, Bren, does it handle anything that would trigger a municipal court hearing? If there is an event that occurs where our officer kills an animal, just can you walk me through that? What kind of risk are we running in terms of a municipal court hearing and those costs being incurred here in the city?
So municipal court, I'll try my best to answer that question. Municipal court does not handle civil liability issues. It's merely dangerous dog hearings and adjudication of municipal court Class C citations for dogs running at large or minor injuries caused by dogs. Okay. So in that case, the Blue Mound Municipal Court has exclusive jurisdiction over those matters. Obviously, our officers would be required to testify. Otherwise, or our animal control officers, if they're the only ones with personal knowledge, in order for the cases not to be dismissed, they would have to attend and testify. In terms of liability, civil liability to the city, if one of our officers were to negligently injure or kill an animal, our municipal intergovernmental risk pool, Texas Municipal League insurance would cover that, and typically we have immunity from performing governmental functions like animal control. So I don't anticipate an issue. There is no, I did not see an indemnification provision, and frankly, indemnification provisions with respect to cities are somewhat unenforceable because you can only indemnify through and during the current fiscal year and not beyond. But that's certainly something we could look at if there's some concern there. But otherwise, I think we have the same immunities that we would assert if an animal control officer injured or killed an animal within the city of Saginaw.
Yeah, I was just thinking of any interdepartmental or interjurisdictional risks that may come about through this interlocal agreement, but it doesn't sound like there's anything.
No, there really isn't. And an interlocal agreement, Chapter 791, the legislature specifically authorized and understood that not every city is going to be able to fulfill all the governmental functions that it would like to, and that it would otherwise necessitate seeking the aid of an adjacent entity. And Chief Spears can tell you all about mutual aid. And I mean, fire is one of the biggest users of the statute and various other statutes. And so it works rather well. It's a very common occurrence. And they're really the only jurisdictional issue, which Keith already touched on, is we're not entitled to any of the citation fees if the event occurred within the territorial limits of the city of Blue Mound. That all runs to the city of Blue Mound. But obviously they can provide us with compensation under the agreement, and the question only remains is, do both councils feel that that's a fair remuneration for the services provided?
Cindy, do you feel like it's fair? It seemed like you didn't feel like the $1,500 was fair. I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, considering the cost of an employee, $1,500, I mean, that's a little over $100 a month. But understanding that they are small and probably have a very limited budget, I'm okay with that. But, my main concern was for the safety of the officer and what sort of medical coverage, and I didn't want to see the city burdened with that responsibility when we were responding to someone else.
Keith?
One thing I wanted to point out at the end of the agreement is the term. The term for this interlocal agreement is only 1 year, with the option for additional years. And when we get to, as we go throughout the year, we will thoroughly review how things are going. Is this working out? Is this what we were expecting? Is this is a bad deal? Or we'll be able to review that, and we can determine by the end of the agreement is through September 30th, 2020. We can be out of it by then if it's not the right thing for us at that time. It's only a 1 year agreement.
Okay. I see it as if your neighbor's house is on fire, you don't haggle over the cost of the water hose. So, I mean, I think it's fair in the context of the size of Blue Mound, what we're doing in development around them, and essentially what the city of Fort Worth is doing in development around us. I think we are serving each other better by helping each other.
And Chief Spears reminded me that the multitude of mutual aid, fire mutual aid agreements that you all enter into actually contain the modification of state law, which provides, regardless of which jurisdiction they respond, if there's an injury, you all have approved an agreement that you'll solely assume responsibility for those injuries and not look to the requesting city at all. And so I think the concern is justified. And at the same time, I think there's much greater risk with respect to fire, and they respond frequently to much perhaps arguably more dangerous situations, and the process seems to work.
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate
Anything
it.
else?
Thanks, Brad.
Cindy? So I'll entertain a motion for...
I move that we accept the interlocal agreement with the City of Blue Mound for animal services as presented.
Thank you,
I'll
Patrick.
second it.
Cindy will second. Everybody for it, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Item number 13, consideration and action regarding contract for solid waste and recycling services with Waste Connections Lone Star, Inc. And for that, we have Dahl.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, our contract for solid waste and recycling services with Waste Connections expires at the end of October. At the beginning of the year, we talked about different options we could look at in terms of service delivery, and at that time we did an online survey, and after that was done, the council discussed it. It was decided to stay with the current service that we currently have. So the proposed contract has no changes in terms of service levels. It'll still be twice a week pickup, once a week recycling, put out the container you like to put out there, no carts, no bins. I know we've had some calls about that. So the services will be the same. The original contract was approved in 2007 with several extensions onto that. So it's fairly old in terms of contracts. And so what we're proposing is a new contract, a new 5-year contract with options to extend, and some changes that we thought were necessary to make with the new contract. And I identified some of those changes in my memo, but not all of them. But basically, the big changes would be the way we calculate their request for a rate adjustment. We'd be going to a CPI that's specific to garbage and trash as opposed to the one we currently use, which is for wage earners, clerical workers for this area. One of the caveats in going to this is we put a cap on that of 5%. We currently don't have that 5% cap on the CPI adjustment, but we included that language there. Because of the amount of trash that's generated over the weekends, Monday's a big day. We have their busiest day in terms of the amount of pickup they have to do. So we've made a couple of adjustments to that. We've been asking our citizens to voluntarily put their bulky stuff out on Thursday to help even that load out. That's your cut brush, your fence panels, your white goods, refrigerators, all those types of things. And that's worked. But we didn't have that in the current contract language. We're going to put that in there now. So the bulky items will only be picked up on Thursdays. We've had issues with things like people putting out multiple fence panels and enough to fill up a truck. So we're having to address that. We're putting a maximum limit on the number of fence panels you can put out at one time. We have to put them out gradually to get rid of them. We've changed for instance, the can size in the old contract was 33-gallon maximum. We've upped that to 50. As long as it doesn't weigh more than 50 pounds, you can go up to a 50-gallon can and put that out at the curb. We updated our performance bond that we require the contractor to provide. Under the old contract, it was $100,000. We made that now $250,000, which is probably more current to today's needs. We also added some language for special events for the city, where the contractor will provide roll-offs for us. If we have a special event in the city, they'll provide us a roll-off at no charge. We get 2 of those a year. So those are the types of changes we looked at and included in this contract. The first year of the contract, which would begin November 1, would have a 3% increase. And then subsequent year adjustments will be based on the CPI ratio change. Residential customers currently pay a rate of $11.96. That's pre-tax. A 3% increase would raise that residential rate by 36 cents to $12.32. And then the 3% across the board on commercial rates as well. And we provided you with a rate sheet attached to the contract. I worked closely with the city attorney's office to make sure that the legal protections were in place for the city, and they are. They've reviewed and approved this contract. Mr. Boulash is here with Waste Connections to answer any questions y'all have. Norm, would you like to say anything?
Dolph, you did a good job.
Thank you.
First of all, we appreciate your business. And we've been here a while, and I've been here a long time. And with this addition to another 5 years, I think they're going to make me work for another 5 years. So, but that's okay. It's and I think I might have said this before. When we merged with Waste Connections, they're out of the Woodlands. It was a great merger. If you can, as our CEO says, if you can justify it, we'll buy it. So don't have problems with cash flow. So it's good to have the relationships we have, and I truly, when you get old, you get sentimental. But I've enjoyed working with the city of Saginaw, and hopefully I'll be around another 5 years if you approve the contract. And you have any questions?
I have one, sir.
Cindy.
I've heard from a couple of citizens about the difficulty in getting recycle bins, and I've noticed that on Mondays, I know they show up early on my street, but the recycle bins are just thrown across the road, and they're often broken or shattered, and we have to replace them a lot more often than we used to. I guess they're not built as sturdy as they were.
They shouldn't throw them, and we should place them where they, in the area where we pick them up. So I'll address that issue.
But also getting replacement recycle bins is somewhat difficult, at least in the past. I haven't checked in the last month or so.
What?
Getting replacement recycle bins has been difficult, and I understand that you're having problems trying to get them as well.
Oh, the 18-gallon bins, the bins?
Yes.
I don't know what our inventory is, but I'll check on that for you.
Okay. And is that And I was just wondering if that was a problem because a lot of the cities are going with the cart recycle bins that are much larger than
Yes,
the
ma'am.
18-gallon.
Not that we don't have an inventory of them, but the carts, a lot of the cities are going to carts, the 65-gallon carts, which
Okay.
is pretty.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Questions? I'll entertain a motion. Charles? Charlie?
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve the contract for solid waste and recycling services as listed.
Cindy's going to second. Everybody for it, raise your hand. It's unanimous, Janice.
Welcome
Thank
back,
you.
Norm.
Thank you,
very
Norm.
much.
Okay, item number 14, consideration and action regarding ordinance number 2019, amending the master fee schedule for the department, the fire department fees, police department, security alarms, public works, animal services, recreation, community service fees, and residential trash and recycle rate. And for that, we have Janice England.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, during the budget workshop we've been through the last few months, permit fees and user fees were discussed several times. The direction of the City Council, the departments all reviewed their fees, and their recommended changes are in the proposed ordinance with the attached fee. You can look at it and see each fee that has changed is highlighted. Those are fire department fees, police department, security alarm, animal service fees, rec and community service fees, some building permit fees, which are increasing or changing due to House Bill 852 that was approved by the legislature earlier this year. There's a removal of a few library fees that are no longer valid and were recommended by the library board, and then it also includes the revised residential trash and recycle rate that you just approved. So we can go through them line by line if you want to. I think you've already seen all of them. Staff would recommend that you approve the recommended changes.
Okay, and I think Mary has a comment.
I'm ready to make a motion, but does anyone want to say anything?
I just want to clarify, our approved and ratified budget considers this new fee schedule in terms of revenue. Is that correct? Thank you very much.
Cindy?
I do have a question. When we looked at these fee schedules at the last meeting, I was not aware of the animal control services that we were going into with Blue Mound. And if we're going to be looking at taking on extra animals, would it be worthwhile dropping the adoption fee back down to $20 instead of $40, just so we can try to move the animals out a little bit faster?
We certainly can. A number of the fees, especially in animal services, we were going to bring to you anyway, such as, for example, the city license. It hasn't been changed in 15 plus years, and it was only $3 a year. I have that much in my couch at home changed, but going up to $10 a year for a city license, I think, is certainly fair. And it actually is not. I know you're asking about adoption, but as an example, it's actually a little bit less than what many of the cities are. It's still less. And we want to encourage people to do that, because license is one of the hardest things to get people to do that, and of course spay and neuter. The adoption fees, we'll move at the direction of the council. We can $20 is a reasonable fee, and our intention, or at least our philosophy, is to find homes for these animals, and the higher the fee, people will either go somewhere else or they'll make other decisions, I guess.
So can we do it with changing that one fee back down to 20, the adoption? Is that what the rest of the council wants? I'm sorry. What do y'all think?
Let me ask. Can I ask Keith? Yeah. What do you? When we reach capacity, isn't it our current policy to waive the fee?
We've done that quite a bit.
So, I mean, when we reach a certain capacity, we're not only reducing it to $20, we are waiving it entirely. And my feeling on this matter is if you can't afford a $40 fee to adopt a pet, you can't afford to feed them for a month. So why in the world are we even talking about this? I'm having a hard time understanding if we're waiving it when we're at capacity, and we're talking about somebody who can't afford to feed the pet. I'm really having a hard time digesting this and reducing the fee.
And don't you reduce it also when you do clear the shelter?
Yes. The part of the Clear the Shelter is a nationwide thing where we do, it's nationwide, they have, it's free adoptions to try and find homes for them.
That makes sense. Okay.
I agree with Councilmember Farr. I think we need to leave well enough alone. If they can't afford the $40 adoption fee, then maybe they shouldn't be trying to adopt it.
Just visions of Christmas vacation with cousin Eddie piling dog food on his cart and saying he can't afford Christmas presents for his kids. I mean, that's just coming into my head when we're talking about this. So you got to be able to afford to feed the dog. And if you can't afford a $40 adoption fee, you should not be adopting the dog.
Agreed.
So, sorry.
And I don't disagree with you. I was just concerned about the volume of animals.
That's what I was thinking too.
And if we're waiving the fee, that's a great policy. I'm in agreement with that.
Mary.
And Keith, so your feeling is that the amended fee schedule for animal services would not be detrimental to the function of Animal Services Department?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We were, my animal services manager and I discussed this for actually several months before it was requested by council that we all look at our fees. We were going to bring this to you anyway because it's been 15 plus years for most of these fees, and it was time.
Okay.
So the fees that we're presenting are still, they're either at or below what most of the other locations are. I can't speak to what the other municipalities' philosophies are with animals, but I can only speak to ours, and ours is to find good homes.
It is.
Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to move that we approve ordinance number 2019-19, amending the master fee schedule by amending fire department fees, police department fee for security alarm permits, public works department fees, animal services fees, and residential trash and recycle wet rate. And just to be clear, I have excluded the fee amendment for recreation and community services in my motion.
Anybody second? So I guess that motion dies for lack of a second. Okay. Do I have another motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve the amended fee schedule as presented by staff.
Second.
I second.
Charles, second. Everybody for it, raise your hand. That'll be 5-1, Janet. Against? Okay, got it? Okay, so now we're going to go back into the public hearing. Consideration and action regarding request for a change in zoning, and we are going to talk to Larry Little.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This is consideration and action regarding a request for a change in zoning on approximately 21.3 acres of an abstract 1798 Track 1 North Henry Robertson survey from Community Commercial and Multifamily 1 to Community Commercial 9.804 acres and Multifamily 2. 11.492 acres. Property is located at the southwest corner of Blue Mound Road, Highway 156, and East Bailey Boswell Road. Ordinance number 2019-20.
So, do we have any comments, questions? Anybody need to speak? Can you state your name and address, please?
Good evening, Clay Christie, Claymore Engineering, 1903 Central Drive. We're the applicant here presenting today, and we work with staff. Mr. Little, thank you for that quick little introduction, and we've worked with Mary and Rick as well, and Alora, working through the different zonings and trying to rearrange the site so that we can have it a more developer-friendly for us. And so that's what we're here for you guys today. We've even put together a little concept site plan of what we're going to foresee as the site develops is what we have. And with that, I just want to let you know that we're here. I'm here. The developer's here. We're open to any questions that you guys might have. Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody signed up to speak, or does anybody want to speak? Council?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I think we should acknowledge that the gentleman that spoke earlier, I assume, thought that we were moving to this agenda item because what he was speaking to was development at that intersection. So if we can just acknowledge his comments at this point of the meeting, I think that would be appropriate. And as I understand it, what we're doing is we're changing a multifamily zoning to a more dense zoning, more units per acre. However, we are configuring the property such that the commercial is all frontage and the residential is interior to the frontage.
Yes, sir.
Which is a much more palatable way to design a mixed-use site. So I think I know that the comments that I've heard from the community are more along the lines of what differentiates the MF1 zoning to MF2. If you can speak to that, just so that we all hear what that is and we all know what we're getting into.
So what that does, that allows us to increase the density for more units per acre. The way the zoning, and Mr. Little can kind of verify with us here on that, is that you're allowed so many units per acre based on the MF1 and MF2 zoning. MF1 is a lighter, little bit less dense, and then your MF2 is a more dense. And off the top of my head, I believe one is, and
it's 18 an acre.
18?
Yep.
Okay. So we're going to 18 units per acre.
No, 18 is
going to
MF1.
18 is the MF1, and then 24 is the MF2.
Correct.
That is correct. Sorry.
So essentially, we're increasing by six units per acre.
That's correct.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, he's the developer. 66
No,
units
that's okay.
is the increase, relatively.
Okay.
What we're talking about is 66 units.
And just so, from my perspective, the way that I see that, in order to put enough humans in one spot to satisfy the demand of the retail, you want to be able to do that. You want to be able to show to retailers that you're creating some density in that location that will be patronizing those retail units.
That is exactly the intent.
Just out of curiosity, do you guys have a blend food and beverage retail idea in your head, or just what's the general thinking there?
So I don't know if you've looked at the concept plan that we have had, or
I'm looking at this. That's really it.
That's what we have there, and right now we've tried to analyze the market, worked with our team to develop who we think, and we've actually been in the market and trying to identify specific tenants for each place, and that's really how that generated our site plan and how our site plan moved along as we talked to specific tenants that were like, hey, yeah, we'd be interested. We need to come in. We need to see that development. We need to see that development happen. And so that's where we are. And so there is a mix. We do have a couple of freestanding restaurants right there at the hard corner that we've been working on, that we worked with Alora. And then we have a fuel station, and then kind of more of a freestanding restaurant with a drive-through. And then retail is what we're kind of working with right now and what we're trying to pursue.
But they're individual pad sites. I'm not seeing a strip center.
They are correct. There's a small, so you have lot 7, which is the 1.7 acres down there at the end. That is more of a strip retail type deal, but and then also along Bailey Boswell, there's another one. But in general, this is more developed as a pad site type oriented place, not one big long strip center.
So they're on the north side and on that south side. It looks like those two buildings are roughly the same, maybe a little bit. One's a little smaller than the other. Are both of those intended for multi-tenants, or
yes,
just
sir.
Okay? So both are multi-tenant.
Yes. And again, these are concept. As we move forward, we obviously are going to pursue specific tenants to come in.
There are 3 drive approaches that I'm seeing fronting 156. Have you been successful in securing at least a head nod from TxDOT on all 3?
So we have.
Okay.
We've been working with TxDOT for 6-8 months that we've been working on this project. We've been working with them. We've submitted detailed traffic analysis, detailed plans. The driveway spacing and the locations there that are shown were not of concern. The concern that TxDOT had was the hooded left that is also shown on there. We've worked with Min Tran, who's the area engineer, and we've gone through a last round of comments. And after we left that meeting with him about a month and a half ago, we presented our options, and he said, look, what you guys have here I'm comfortable with. You need to make your additional changes. We made those changes to our traffic study, and those final modifications are under review at TxDOT currently.
And it appears as though the central drive approach that has the round, I guess, stained concrete or whatever that might be that demarks the center of the development, that driveway, is it intended to be signalized? Or would it even be possible with the signal being very close to the north?
It would not be signalized. It's too close to meet the traffic thresholds and the traffic spacings for Bailey Boswell. So that access point is not a full access. So anybody leaving the site cannot make a left turn on 156. If they come out there, they can only make a right-hand turn. What this does allow is, as people are coming home from work or in the evening or whatever they're doing to get into the center, if they are northbound on 156, they can make a turn into that center versus going down and adding additional burden to Bailey Boswell to make essentially either a U-turn or a left turn onto Bailey Boswell and then another turn into the development. So.
Yeah, just a word of caution to the developer. What I see happening here is that development is going to become a thoroughfare with that entry onto East Bailey Boswell and heading southbound onto 156, especially on school mornings. That intersection loads up like crazy. If I were driving and I were looking for an opportunity to have a shortcut to head southbound onto 156, that would be an opportunity to come right through that site, hit one of those drive approaches, and head south. So just when you're designing this, you might as well start thinking about what do we do to make it a whole lot less attractive as a thoroughfare.
Councilmember Farr, sorry if I may. One of the things that was discussed when we were kind of back and forthing on this plan, and I have to say that Clay and UCD have been amazing at really being responsive. This plan is very different than what was originally presented, which was much more of a garden apartment complex of buildings kind of grouped together, and then more sort of traditional fast food pad sites. They've really taken it up to a great level. But one of the things that we talked about a lot was the desire to make, especially with this higher density multifamily, this mixed-use development walkable. So that center area, and you'll notice if you look closely at the plan, they've delegated a lot of crosswalks. The intention is really so that we have this blend. So you're going to be looking at a very low speed. You're going to be looking, and in fact, on the north end, there's actually opportunity for a trailhead to connect this. So absolutely, the intention is for it to be very, very not somewhere somebody would want to cut through. So.
Well, what I'm saying is that the geography lends itself to that. And since you are focused on making it walkable, which that's the way it is designed, it's clear. I mean, you have high-density housing units within a few hundred feet of retail and food and beverage. So people are not going to be getting in their cars out of those units and driving to those pad sites. They're going to be walking. In the meantime, there will be folks seeking alternate routes from the intersection of 156 and East Bailey Boswell. It is a zoo over there. And people will be naturally looking for it. So all I'm suggesting is that let's plan very carefully not to put the walking pedestrians that we're designing this thing to serve in harm's way by walking them across potential thoroughfares. Just make sure that you're considering that in your design.
We'll need to look at a traffic calming of some sort.
Exactly.
We'll work with that. We'll try to work with our design.
A little harder radiuses, making it a little bit harder to navigate, not quite, those things, the softening that we need to, we would need to pay attention to those pedestrians that are going to be walking to those pad sites. That's really my biggest concern. Everything else I don't know that you can put a better concept on the corner. And you've got a very, very big challenge with TxDOT's watershed, that floodplain right there at the corner. I don't know what you're going to do with it, but it looks good.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Council? Okay, so at 7:05, I take this out of public hearing. Do I have to have a motion on this? Yes. So I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we accept the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission be approved for the modification of the zoning.
Do I have a second? Mary seconded it. All for it? And it's unanimous.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys. We want to see some great restaurants and some great stores over there.
Please. Item number 16 is executive session, and we have an executive session, so we're going to convene in the executive session at 7:06. And we'll be back. That's all I got to do, right?
I move me adjourn.
I second.
Oh, sorry.
7:25, we're back in regular meeting now. I'll take a motion.
I move we adjourn.
I second.
Cindy, second. All in favor, raise your hand, and it's unanimous.
Mary opposed.
Golly, Mary.